Pokemon so much is art. So
Also, Pokemon doesn't own. Hey, let's have creatures that we can capture and build teams
well,
with.
technically it would be Shin Megami Tensei, but
There you
Well,
go.
that's the thing is that somebody said like they can't they can't claim on that because like there's too many people that have already done that before them. They just found a very popular
okay,
formula
that
for it.
can't possibly be okay. They're redoing it? Oh no, I guess not. Also, you shaved.
I did.
Eh. Also, I'm going to restart because apparently my Discord needs an update. So,
Needs an update or wants an update?
update ready. So, I'm just going to pop out and pop back in, okay?
Okay, feel free. I'm not started yet. So
Mhm.
I'm setting up everything on this end, and I'm gonna get some water, and then I'm gonna go.
I guess they are recreating it.
Recreating what?
Shogun.
Oh,
It seems strange because arguably I mean, it has been a significant amount of time since the last series, essentially.
Wait, which series?
Shogun.
Oh.
I mean, I
Oh.
think it came out in the 80s? Maybe even the 70s.
I'll just start up this game. Wait, why am I playing Pal World?
Yes, why are you playing Pal World?
same. Okay.
It's a better game.
Then
We can.
again, I did see an interesting conversation of people going, where's the mecha survival genre game?
I
Uh,
mean, bring it on. That'd be fun too.
All
But I'm
because
but I'm
unfortunately, I
biased.
think a lot of people were getting confused on what exactly would it be, and unfortunately, I think uh some people the one image that in my mind for that is like the opening trailer for Armored Core 6 where there's the core picking up other pieces in the wreckage.
I joined the game.
Let's see. There's another game. Where is it? I just put it on my list today. Shit.
The game that you wishlisted today.
Yeah, there's a game I wishlisted today that is like I can't wait for that to come out because that's like
Date
right up my
added.
alley too.
Wishlist date added.
Just be
I don't
here.
know, you just go to like Steam
Oh, here we go.
activity.
The Tribe Must Survive. That's a game that I heard
Yes.
about today that I am ready for. That is right up my alley.
What is it about?
I posted on Stream Chat.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I posted the name. I guess I should just post the link too. But there's no share
Oh,
buttons on the Steam.
okay. I guess that's a thing.
Copy page URL and then paste.
No, but
Uh,
I'm on the Steam page. I'm on the Steam.
Yeah, right click on an empty space, copy page URL,
well,
Oh,
and
that's going
paste.
to be
oh.
embarrassing.
What?
It doesn't look quite good enough, but I know what
It's
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 going
early
for.
access.
No, no,
But
no. I'm talking about something else.
oh,
I'll
yeah, I'm gonna
sit
get.
on days.
I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yes.
I started up the game, so y'all can join the game now.
Yeah. Oh, right. I was going to do that. Okay.
There we
Let's
go.
see. What all do I need to rebuild this entire section? Let's see.
Okay.
I'm already shipping out that. That's there. Actually, that's a good question. Can I actually improve upon that? Since arguably, I think this one is a higher level node. Eh,
Oh well.
okay, this is also normal. So it doesn't matter which one I do. Okay.
By the way, look, I have my Goose cosplay ready to go here, aka my Gideon cosplay. I'm ready for it.
As soon as you said Goose, I was going like, I was trying because there is a character. I'm trying to remember.
I think you're thinking of the uh Skyward Sword.
Yeah, I was thinking Groose for whatever reason.
Oh, you weren't thinking Top Gun? I thought you were thinking Top Gun. I'm sorry.
Well, my brain was
This is
also
not Goose.
my brain was confusing Goose with Groose, and at the exact same time, Geese from Guilty Gear. So
Geese
my
from
brain was
Guilty
going like,
Gear.
yeah, Geese. Geese Howard?
Geese Howard is not from Guilty Gear.
Oh shit! Fatal Fury?
Geese Howard in Guilty Gear would probably cause some people's lids to flip and go, "This is the most awesome thing," especially when he showed up in Tekken or something.
Okay, I at least got the genre of game he's from right.
Yes, Geese Howard
Um,
doesn't show up in Sonic. That would be different. Fatal Fury or King of Fighters would be the correct answer.
Okay.
Technically, Fatal Fury would be the more correct answer because technically he died very early on in the series. And essentially all his reshowing is essentially a ghost or something of the sort.
A memory of the planet.
Something like that.
Jeez.
why isn't that? Ah, come on, Giphy. Why- I just want one meme, and you couldn't give that to me.
What meme were you trying to get?
I'm getting it.
Are you trying to search like tenor?
No.
Tenor's pretty good though.
It'll make sense when I. Okay, I just Google search an image and that'll do it. Here we go. That's what I wanted to do. If you're not on the Discord, you're not going to get this. I'm sorry, stream. Join the Discord or something.
The Discord isn't an option for the people outside of it.
Is it? I don't remember us. I don't remember us restricting it, but
Yeah, it's an invite only. I set it up that way.
oh, well then ask for an invite. We'll let you in. Not. Oh well. Nothing. I thought that was gonna get some kind of reaction.
I'm trying to check something up real quick.
Okay, fine. Take your time. Okay, so we're streaming, everybody. This is the last week of Satisfactory, so until the next major update.
Satisfactory.
Yeah.
Or
The next major update.
It's going to be Liza P until the week after that, where we go half and half.
No, I think it'll be healthy of us to do the full switchover.
Just like the entire week. I mean, life.
Especially because if we do that, we'll probably be playing Liza P for like 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm saying like the first week we do 2 things of Liza P, then switch back to half and half.
You think so? You think that'd be something we want to do? I mean, I'm not opposed to it, I suppose.
I'm just talking, so I'm just throwing out ideas. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like a good balance where you can attack your mate, like one of the games that you want to stream that's single player, and then maybe like go to multiplayer on the opposite day.
400.
So the multiplayer game I wanted to get into after Liza P was Pal World. That is multiplayer, right?
Yeah, there's some issues
That's
with
a
multiplayer.
element, but it's also very early on, and there is a fair amount of bugs.
Which was working towards what I was working for, because I was thinking of letting it cook for a while. Like I know everyone's on it, and you know the hype is real.
Now it's the hypest thing, and probably 3 months from now, they'll be lucky if they can maintain like 500,000 players concurrently.
Yeah, so I'm fine with letting the game cook before we stream it. Like
Yeah. I will state that I have tried a little bit of the multiplayer. Not a dedicated server multiplayer, which I haven't heard anything bad about it for a dedicated server. But, and this is a big but, the version that I played was a direct connection multiplayer, aka to a friend's computer, which
Mhm.
it actually states in if you're going to play multiplayer without a dedicated server, you want to connect to the player that has the highest bandwidth.
Yeah.
And so I connected to a friend of mine and we tested it out, and we still had hitching. Um,
No bueno.
which, for those people that don't know what my reference of hitching is, uh, it's when you're like playing a multiplayer game and your character kind of jumps back and forth in where they are on the map. I know people are like, but that's lag. It's like, lag can be any number of things. I call that hitching because it literally looks like the hitching of a video. And so, well, I do know of another friend who set up a dedicated server. Like, he actually bought, like, a simple server space for game and set it up for Pal World. Because a dedicated server will get you up to, I think they stated, 32 congruent players. Whereas, like, if it's direct connection, the max is going to be 4 players total.
Okay, which is fine with us.
Yeah, it's just, I'd still want to let it cook a bit.
Yeah, I agree.
Uh,
I'm in no rush.
Mostly because so that they can at least address the server issues. Wow.
So with that in mind, I guess we could look at another multiplayer game to jump into, or we can continue this while we wait for Power World to stabilize. I guess I don't.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's going to be popular, still be popular, but not crazy popular as it currently is. I think a month from now, I'll probably drop down to, you know, like, oh, hey, it's still a good game. It's still
It's
pretty solid.
Well,
see,
it's like any of these sort of hype moments. I mean, it's pretty indicative of most games of like, yeah, it'll have a huge surge of popularity and then die down to a much more stable amount.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's a question of what is considered a healthy amount of decrease. I mean, yeah, a lot of people like to doom and gloom about, oh, it's a dead game and such.
A
Because
dead
it
game,
doesn't
and
have.
then it has like 300,000 congruent players.
Well, it's a thing of like it used to have like 1 million on launch day, and now it's down to 10,000 or something, which I don't think is a bad shift in stats per se, especially if
Mm-hmm.
we're talking about something like a not a multiplayer game, but a single player game.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think I don't know how good Starfield is doing, but I don't think it's doing terribly so in terms
it's
of at
hang,
least numbers.
it's hanging in there.
Did you see the meme I posted in the meme channel?
When?
Um,
Oh, the yeah, I know.
That's a funny way of spelling Starfield.
I've seen that a few times. I don't know. Is it always from you? You always post those? I've seen that meme like
I
at least a
don't
half a dozen
understand
times.
the meme in some ways because, like, is it just simply because Todd Howard did not get snubbed at the Game Awards or something?
I
It's
think
just
it's because it's one of those like people are basically making fun that here's a open world crafting game, open world survival game with RPG mechanics, and it's not Starfield.
it's just more. Starfield didn't live up to the
I
expectations.
It's people poking fun at Todd because quite literally,
Well, Todd puts him out there. Puts himself out there.
Right.
So
yeah. So it's one of those like people are just they're poking fun at Todd and the whole Like, hey, look, Todd, your game didn't do good versus this out of nowhere indie, like,
Yeah.
indie studio.
At this point, I mean, it kind of depends on Todd and Xbox's kind of way of thinking, but Starfield isn't doing that bad. It's not a fantastic game, but it's not doing bad.
I
It's
mean, I don't think anybody criticized, its sales.
Yeah.
no, but the sales are indicative that people are playing it. People, are engaging with it. It's not
Yeah.
blowing things out of the water, but it's also probably not what Microsoft wanted out of the development of the
Bethesda.
game.
Yeah. I think
I mean,
probably.
just Bethesda, so.
Yeah. I think probably the one thing that a lot of people are looking forward to is once the whole situation with Starfield goes on like the super big sales, then people are probably going to try and pick it up, or they're waiting on the mod scene, really.
And the DLC will come out eventually.
Yeah.
That might bring some new life into it. I have yet to go back and give it and do a full playthrough yet, but I liked it. But yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't Fallout. It wasn't.
It wasn't. Technically, it was Skyrim, but
Yeah. For me, it was Skyrim because, as you know, I didn't finish that either. But
yeah,
for me, it's
and
more like Skyrim. So,
what's weird is the fact that the first Morrowind game that I played, sorry, Elder
Yeah.
Scrolls game
was Morrowind.
Morrowind.
Yeah, same. That was my first.
And I really loved Morrowind, and I liked Oblivion. Looking back at it now, Oblivion looks like potatoes.
Well,
Decent
Oblivion
potatoes.
always had that awkward look to it.
Yeah. But I feel like Oblivion was still pretty solid. But I liked Morrowind, but then like when I sat down and tried playing Skyrim, it's like it didn't feel like it didn't feel completely like a
Elder Scrolls game at that point.
Elder Scrolls game, because like the whole because like to me, like, Elder Scrolls was all about doing the action to get the to level up, and then you like go to sleep to award the points, whereas Skyrim was like, oh, you could just get your stat points at any point, and there's dedicated trees versus you have to know which abilities to level up to get the certain other ones that you're interested in. And it's like, okay, I'll still try Skyrim, but it's not my Elder Scrolls. And then
I don't know. That sounds like a quality of life improvement. I mean,
I mean,
it all
it's-
depends. I think there's always a problem of understanding design intentions sometimes.
yeah,
It causes, issues.
and I do understand that sometimes they make a change to a mechanic or a setup to a game to try and bring more fans in. A
Or
big
at least
example
make
of
quality of life changes that hopefully make it easier for people to come in or
I
enjoy
think
the
the
game.
biggest example of this was Monster Hunter World, because the biggest quality of life change was, oh yeah, you can now drink a potion and move.
Well, move fast. You could still move in the previous ones, I think. But
No.
it's like, oh,
No, when you drank a potion, you were locked in place until that animation was done. I remember because I was playing with a mutual acquaintance of ours for Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, and it's like, oh, I'll need to heal. I pressed the potion button, and then tried to move, and I was sitting there drinking the potion, like, oh right, I forgot I'm playing Generations Ultimate.
wait,
not
who printed the coupons?
I didn't print the coupons.
I did.
Oh,
You need the coupons
why?
because I needed to
just
buy.
wondering.
Oh,
It's like,
I put
Oh,
the
somebody
coup-
printed out the coupons.
I put the coupons in the storage back at the hub.
Okay.
I did it because I needed a windowed wall, and there wasn't any, so I had to
A
buy
window
one.
to the wall.
Yep. I can watch these conveyor belts fall, crawl,
But
to get my sheets. Get my sheets.
shades. But yeah,
You
no.
have
I
been banned
mean,
by Twitch.
getting banned by Twitch. God. But no, it's like Monster Hunter World. They made a lot of like quality of life changes that for us for those that had the older versions where you had to know when to start drinking, what pauses and attacks, or what distance you could safely do any of the actions that you wanted to do. Uh, Now it opened it up just enough that it's like, oh hey, I mistimed it, but I can easily kind of skid my way out by just going to the side for a bit while drinking that potion. That I would say that was a big change that they took a risk on, and it paid off. The fact that Monster Hunter World is enjoying a resurgence of players. um,
What a concept! Good games have long lifespans.
Good games that are willing to take risks and update, or at least acknowledge some aspects of the game and update them to more modern standards. Because
Well, it's always a question of certain design choices. I think some people dislike some of the quality of life things because it unfortunately removes the feeling of hunting the monster and just fighting the monster.
yeah, that was a major complaint about Rise, was the factor that as soon as you quotations discovered the monster for the first time, it would always show up on the map, and it would always be in the location that it was there. Versus Monster Hunter World, where okay, you can follow the tracks that are left,
Well,
see
they
what.
did have like a hunting system in place of like you get more experience for the more tracks you covered, and it would eventually give you a permanent bonus.
Yeah. But as for some of the allegations of Pal World is a ripoff,
It's not.
it's no. God.
The closest you can say it's a ripoff of their own selves because they did make Craftopia.
Yeah, and I will state this. This is an interesting factoid, is that they did just recently update Craftopia, like this week. So, Pocket Pair is still trying to work on it. Admittedly, since I'm not part of the dev team, I'm not sure if that's just we updated it to show that we still care about it, or we updated it so that it looks like we're still working on it.
Because
But we're
it's still in early access and hasn't, left.
yeah. Um, Other factors. It's a fun game. It's definitely a survival game.
I love those.
Definitely in the vein of games like Rust or Ark, rather than like Raft or Subnautica.
I mean, that's a shame because I like those two better, but I mean, it's still my wheelhouse.
I mean, I've I've tried Ark, and I used to know somebody who was very obnoxious about Ark. Trust me, when he would come into work and go like, "Oh yeah, I was playing Ark with my buddies, and we blah 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 blah," and I was like, "Dude, I don't care. Can you get to work?"
Aw, a little mean.
Given the fact that he'd spend like 2 hours talking about it and not take a single call.
Okay, then yeah, that's not good.
Uh, and trust me, when he would voice somebody off on somebody else, the call would come back and somehow I would get it. And it would be an issue that he should have known to fix and knew how to fix. But...
Breathe, Asher, breathe.
Those times are not happening, at least not with that person.
No, now it's mostly just like... God. Ugh. Anyway, shutting up about work. I'm not gonna bash like people who like Ark or Rust because no, I get it. I understand. Like I think probably the closest survival game that I liked for a survival game was probably Raft because that I think Raft was our my first true survival game.
Well, yeah, I guess. Well, outside of Minecraft, actually.
Yeah, Minecraft or Terraria. Well, when I played Minecraft, it didn't implement the hunger mechanic. But when I started out, it didn't have the hunger mechanic when I started. It got added later, but I think I had Terraria, but I never sat down and played it. But Terraria isn't. I know there's a survival mode. There is a survival mode. Bit irpy. Sorry.
Well,
Terraria
really,
was
Terraria is a bit more combat focused than outright
Yeah.
survival based.
That's one that
Right.
I couldn't really get into. I tried.
Terraria.
Yeah.
Let's see. Trying to think of other games that could be in that survival-esque. I really can't think of anything.
Well, you said Valheim, right? At some point.
Oh, Valheim, definitely. It's like I'd say out of all of the survival games I have played, Valheim is probably the one I like the best out of it. But I actually seen some people compare Power World to Valheim, and it's like not quite.
Hey, tell me if the
'Cause-
power goes out. Nothing?
Nope.
I see a small dip
Okay.
of 100 megawatts.
That's nothing at the moment.
I know. But
Okay, unfortunately this... Oh no. Oopsies.
that's an oopsies.
Well,
There's nothing on the grid.
well, yeah, except, one of the power lines that you were using for your port, your drone port down here, was on that bit of grid, so...
Oh, okay. Oh, you mean the one that's for the copper sauce?
The one
Or-
for, rubbers.
Oh. Oh, Eddie's one. Okay. But I would definitely say if for Pal World, things that I've learned from the brief multiplayer, it's best that we all start on a new world.
Okay.
Reason why?
It's a bit chaotic if we try to do it piecemeal?
It's more of the factor of, let's say Eddie decides to start up a world, and he goes like, you know what, I'm going to open this up for multiplayer for stream. Let's say Eddie is level, let's say, 23. If you and I joined MPX, we'd start at level 1.
Yeah. But various factors in the world would suddenly make it issue.
Yeah, because like all survival games like Rust or Ark, there's raids. So, the raids will happen at random, and it's all based off of the base level of your guild, aka how people can have shared access to various things. Or if you just want to have your own base that's separate from everybody. But the raids are purely based off of the guild leader's stats. We didn't encounter any when I played with my friend, but he stated that he was dealing with raids of generally like people around his player character's level. And at the time, he hadn't figured out guns are the next step up, because he was using the bonk stick, aka the baseball bat,
Bunk.
which does horrible damage.
Oh yeah, blunt objects hurt and would traumatize anyone being hit
What
by
I
them.
think he means is not good.
Yeah.
Not horrible to hit with baseball bat, yes.
Yeah.
But horrible to deal damage with baseball bat, also yes.
Yeah. In a game, I can understand having different damage types, like blunt damage, slash damage, pierce damage. But this is just... No, the pure damage output of the baseball bat is bad. I mean, you can take it and bonk something over the head several times, and if it's of comparable level with the baseball bat, it's going to do negligible damage. You're going to be slowly whittling down whoever or whatever you're hitting with the stick. So the game does have this weird progression of you go from the bonk stick to the arrows, and at that time when you start using arrows, you're also using in conjunction your pals to do more damage. But other things I could mention. There is a heavy amount of customization options for starting a world. Things like ranging from experience multipliers to damage multipliers, like PAL damage increase, like player character weapon damage increase, PAL I don't know the full list because I peeked at it and I did like, okay, I'm just gonna double the capture rate and like put the experience modifier to like times 10 and just
So a lot of customization options to keep things fresh.
yeah, so you can do a ultra hardcore by putting the capture rate down to like 50% of what it normally would be. Reducing damage rates. Or you could play super easy and go like increased damage rates, increased durability, all these fun little stuffs. So I will state that there is like they've got a solid basis. I keep trying to avoid they've got a solid game because it's not yet there. Especially after playing the multiplayer, it's like no, it is still a bit hiccupy in the multiplayer.
Which shouldn't be that surprising. It's early access, so
There's some games that, like, because they focused on multiplayer, they focused on getting the server up and ready. They got everything in place for multiplayer so that the servers for multiplayer play okay. But then single player experience is lacking. Or let's say they got everything in place for the gameplay mechanics and multiplayer, but then they're still using stock assets for the graphics.
Asher, what are you working on?
I'm bored. I don't know what to work on.
There's a lot to work on. That's why I'm asking.
I am working on making more power because we will need more power soon.
Asher, our whole supply chain is fucked up. All the basic stuff is being funneled into other things, so where there's not a stockpile of things when we need them. We need to start all over from the beginning and make sure that from the bottom up we have a hearty supply of crafting materials. Like right now, well, I thought we had enough modular frames and heavy modular frames, but we do not. The stockpile that we have is going directly into some other higher grade item, and we're not stockpiling.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what higher grade item it's because, like, let's see,
We have
that
enough of them, but we're not, making a solid, consistent.
oh, they're going. The heavy modular frames are going into your adaptive control unit.
Right. So we gotta start over. I'm trying to finish the battery flight line since that will help us in that task. But probably the first thing I'm gonna build is a modular frame factory and then a heavy modular frame factory. We make a shit ton of both. Shit ton of both.
Metric shit.
Because right now we don't have enough of. Now I need 400 modular frames.
Got impure. Oh, hey, an unaccessed copper node.
Really?
Yeah, it's just sitting right here, kind of a bit farther away than from the base.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not even close to wherever I'm working, so go ahead, Jordan. Unfortunately, there's not a good water source nearby, unless there's like some, what are those? The thingies.
The geysers?
Yeah, geyser.
Don't think there's any geysers. Well, given how close it is to the base, there's 2 iron nodes. There is a limestone node, and then there's this weird copper node. Is this breakable rock?
Maybe. I have no idea what it looks like.
It's breakable. I think that's think that's a void down there. Good boy.
Come on.
Gonna patch this hole up. There we go. Good as new.
You know what? I need to decrease my ambition. That's the problem.
Your ambitions for what? Actually,
For the flight plane. For now,
Or
because we don't have enough
okay.
basic materials.
okay, copper is normal. Okay, this is a decent node. I'm gonna need a fused one if I'm gonna get pure. Just trying to figure out what we should use this copper node for, really.
Oh, what's nearby? Steel production?
Uh, it is. It's technically close by the old steel production area, like my little tiny small one.
What is it normal? A normal one?
It's a normal copper. Yeah.
Okay. Um,
Okay.
I think you should turn. Is there water nearby? Is there water you can siphon?
There's a tube that's going, I think, to your test coal plant that I could probably just repurpose.
I think you should turn that into a mega copper sheets factory, because that's something
Copper.
we're always going to need.
So just siphon the water and then basically just slowly turn it into pure copper and
Yeah.
then...
Maximize it to maximize copper sheet production.
Okay.
However best way you can do it, maximize the shit out of that.
Alright, well, let me go grab a few things to get a Mach 3 miner. Mark, not Mach. Does
Marco.
that say Mark? Okay, so I'm guessing you want tubes.
Oh yeah, we'll need that eventually.
Okay, what do I need to do? Production. I need turbo motors. And then 3 miners. No miners. What's in these boxes? Parsing everything out, Eddie?
Trying to, so I can build what I need to finish 2 battery
Free miners.
drones.
There's
No.
problems.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna need to make 2 miners. Alright. Yep.
Okay, the other thing I need to do before that is I need to go hard drive hunting.
Okay.
We're gonna finish off all the recipes. That way, there's no doubt about the most efficient building abilities that we have.
Okay, that's in place. Should I clear cut or should I just demolish all that forest section that's around the copper that I found?
I would demolish it.
Explosives, we go.
Boom goes the dynamite. Now, where did we do with the radio control units?
Alright, let's see here.
A fuel generator takes 12 fuel per second, right?
Oh, what? I'm sorry?
A fuel generator.
Takes 12 fuel? I forget. No, I don't remember.
I
know it takes 4.5 turbo fuel, but I don't remember how much normal fuel.
Oh hey, two normal iron is also here.
The plates factory might also be in our future. Again, we need to start from the ground up, I think. When it
Or
comes
at
to
least
all this basic supply.
okay, this thing will make 240 copper a minute. This requires 15 copper per minute. Okay, so let's see what we can do. 16.
Let's make a list and check it twice. I need to build heavy modular frame hub. Probably a regular modular frame hub. What's the oscillators? So I'm gonna go hard drive.
Zoop mode.
Do we happen to have any place that's storing computers at the moment?
No,
No.
not a stockpile because of the same thing we talked about earlier.
Okay. Well, I'm running into the need of many computers. Like, I can pick them off of the belt. I feel that would be a bit jerkish.
It might be that might be a sign that we need to also move on to creating a new computer storage facility.
Well, more efficient computer generation.
Okay. Here ain't good.
Well, I say new because I don't think we can salvage what we have there without tearing everything apart. So they go break fresh ground and create a new place where we can build computers and ship them out from there.
Well, technically, I was working towards that a bit, trying to at least make, sufficient amount of resources being used to essentially for circuits, which is one of the key components for our computers.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention other things, but still. The problem is I'm going back to power because we are like technically our max consumption is way up over our capacity, and our consumption is 3/4 of the way to our production.
Ew.
So yeah, I need to. This is a priority thing, and so that's why I'm being very mercenary in my I need these, and this is only half the order.
Hmm.
It should be in big enough of a band-aid that we should not have any problems.
Well, I'm trying to set up that copper vein to make pure copper ingots that we could then move on to other things like copper sheeting.
Yeah.
Or let's see here.
Stators.
Stators,
Rotors.
wire, cable, trying to think of other things that we could use it. Like circuit boards, probably. We don't have any alternate recipe for the high-speed connectors? Really?
Hence the need to go hunting here in a bit.
Actually,
Yeah.
because
Oh, wait.
technically that has like a multitude of different recipes.
Yeah.
Or am I thinking of the AI limiters?
Maybe the AI.
Well, both of them I think have at least multiple recipes.
Let's see here. Feed. Where the heck is that? What's this? We've only got one recipe for AL limiter 2. What? Okay. Alright. Oh, wait. I need to go back and grab motors. For reasons. Really, I know of a good place to pick up motors.
I at least did one thing right.
Which is?
Good motor production.
Yeah. Considering that I'm going to be needing those motors to make the refineries.
Okay. Done with the flight line for now. I'll return to it later. Let's work on hard drives.
I think I got the spacing right for the refineries. Yeah, definitely. Okay.
Can't imagine we have that many left that are untanked, but we will find out.
What's untapped?
Hard drives.
Well, I don't know. You have made a pretty good scour of the map. Like,
Nope.
so.
Okay, where? Question of where I haven't looked yet.
Have you gotten all the ones in the swamp?
I don't know.
I don't know. Have you erected like the radio tower and done quick sweeps of like, oh hey, yeah, it says there's nothing in this radius.
I'm trying to find where the last time I built a radio tower. Okay, here's one. I'm gonna go visit all my radio towers and find out. Let's see. This one says there's.
Well, you can check them
Two.
remotely.
That's right. There's 2 in this area. There's 3 in this area. 3 in this area. Let's check the north side first. There should be 2 more around there. Go check it out.
Okay, so
Oh, there's a couple of Caterium nodes that are good for creating wires. Quick wire and normal wire. I'm gonna have to remember this spot. There's also a spot to the east of me that I used in my other game to make a bunch of sheets. You're already making that over there, so.
Well, if I make 8 of them and then overclock, it can only that would mean that I 8 of them instead of the 16. But would that be better energy-wise, or would that be better just...
I don't know.
Let me go
think
back to base.
Technically, overclocking machines is more efficient for energy and space.
Yeah.
For space,
But
anyway. Is it more energy efficient, though? I thought it was the same energy-wise.
It might not. I don't actually know, per se. Like,
Well, let me go grab a couple of power shards from base real quick. And then just compare the two. So I feel like the power shards are a scaling thing rather than a straight up, oh, at 200% you're using 200% energy. It's like, no, you're more likely to be using like 175% of energy. Or
Man,
like
it'll be good to know.
220.
Because I had assumed it scaled energy as well.
Okay. I'm just gonna borrow 2 shards from the stack that you set aside, Eddie.
Well,
Or, well, is the little teal box part of it, or the red? Was it only the red boxes, Eddie?
only the red boxes. But you
Okay,
can use you can use the teal one too. That's fine.
Well, the teal one had like 50 shards in it.
Yeah, you can take a few of those.
I was gonna just take 2 just to do some comparisons and math it out, just to see if overclocking would be better for this setup, or if it would be just better to make 16 refineries. Beans.
admittedly, we really haven't lowered the power supply population a lot in even previous zones. So
Yeah.
I think there's still a fair amount of them.
Okay, let's pull that 2 in there. Alright, so pure copper ingot is 30 megawatts. If I double it, production, oh, I can't see it until it's actually powered on. God damn it. Okay.
Press power and see how much power.
Well, the problem is I have to feed it stuff for it to actually give me a readout.
Okay, well, I'll check with myself.
Okay.
100%,
Oh, these boars.
30 megawatts.
Pain.
If it's a linear thing, should shift out to.
Okay, so
I'm gonna go on record and say I hate fighting the boars the
Okay,
most.
It does take up more energy if you overclock.
okay, so it's not a 1-to-1. It's more like 2 to 2.2 energy thing.
Going from 100% to 200%, instead of costing 30 megawatts, it went to 75. What would be at 100% 30 megawatts, at 200% it was 75 megawatts. So it introduced at least taking a quarter as much more energy than, say, 2 refineries working at 100%.
Ah, so basically it might be better just to do
More
16
refineries, yes.
Right.
Unless it really is a space constraint thing.
Right.
No, I've got 8 lined up, so I can definitely set up another line of 8. I missed the copper sheets. Ah, gonna need lots and lots of copper sheet. Make all these refineries that will be producing copper out the wazooters. Admittedly, we could.
It'll be for the good of our people.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know where you're at, but the only shame is that you won't. I don't think you have iron ore nearby to create copper ingots efficiently, right?
What
Do
do
we
you?
even have the? Do we even have that recipe yet? I forget if we actually have that recipe.
Which one?
Oh yeah, we do. The one that makes 100 units a minute. It's a combination of copper ore and iron ore to create copper ingots.
There's iron ore nearby.
But you okay? Well, maybe if you can manage it, maybe use that combination to create the ingots. That would be the most efficient and give us the maximum output.
Let's see here. What device is doing that?
Foundry.
Foundry? Let's see here. How many? This is making 37.5 per minute for copper.
Yeah, but it just needs water.
Yeah. There's the foundry. Alternate. This needs 50 per minute. 25. Let's see here. 240. This would require 5 foundries, and let's see here.
Okay, I have a hard drive going now.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I could just overclock the, but I need to overclock those to accommodate for it. Okay, let's get that taken care of. It might be better.
Given that the aluminum, well, it depends, I guess, how you make it. Because given that the miner can only, the aluminum sheet conveyor belts can only output can only move 780 units per minute.
It's just a minor tweak, going from 240 to 250 output from the miner. Unless you want me to actually double up the production.
Well, I'm just saying that as far as the foundry goes, you really can only make no more than 8 before you, and even 8 is overdoing it before you maxed out what the conveyor belts can even move.
Well, that's when you start putting multiple conveyor belts.
Yeah, splitting.
Yeah, but you can't split the mining device itself. It will only ever output 780 ore at a time.
But I wasn't going to 780. I was just going from 240 to 250.
Well, I was saying you should go to 780. You should max it out, shouldn't you? Use every
No,
bit you can.
no. You want it. We're okay. We're getting back into efficiency, but if we max it out, the miner technically. Let me see how much the miner would output if I max out that normal copper node. And there are two normal steel nodes as well, so I could just tap one of those and just have two miners. But it might be better to modify minorly so that I can evenly balance rather than try and max production. Because max production, we're going to get into like load balance and needing to create blueprints for load balancing, which I don't really want to do.
What?
You don't know about load balancing?
Nope. Don't know what you're talking about.
Load balancing is basically adjusting the belts so that the belts will always be a set number. So if I max out this, miner, we're going to be getting. Let's see here. Let's. Okay, this would produce about, if I'm doing the math right, about 600 ore per minute to max it out for this Mark III miner. That is well underneath the production.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So how many foundries can you efficiently
I'm
feed with that?
I'm going to have to do some adjustment because I need to make sure that I've got a miner set up on one of the normal steel nodes. And I need to do some load balancing because it needs only about half that much. So, if I'm getting about 600, I need to set up a miner that only does 300 iron. Okay. So I don't need one of the normal nodes, I need one of the impure nodes.
Let's get going. Here. Ethereum ore is going to be good for making wires later. Here we go. Something on the radar. Oh, did we not open this one yet? Yes, we did.
Or it respawned.
Did they respawn?
No, they shouldn't,
Okay.
because the devs have stated there is a set number of hard drives, and it is more than the number of recipes.
It's merciful.
At least it should be.
Yeah.
It is in my game.
Why, have you already collected all the hard drives in your game?
Mm-hmm. Okay, got another hard drive. I think the one I put in before is still going. But I don't know because I'm out of one. I might have to go back to base and stock up on basic resources just so I can open up these things when I find them.
Okay.
There we go. NAM is done. I can't open Windows. I don't have enough resources though.
Let me go back, because I have to go back anyway to get the amount of rotors and frames and concrete.
Recycled rubber, steel rod, and steel screw.
Want to try for a reset?
Well, I'm gonna keep hunting until we're done with the list. So if none of them look good, just pick one and we can move on.
I'll
Rubber.
choose steel rod. Oh, rubber?
I'd say maybe how much? Okay, recycled
I
rubber.
It's just gonna depend if you're gonna immediately use it, because again, I'm going after all these now anyway. So unless you're going to immediately need it, it doesn't matter what we're picking.
Yeah.
And right now you're making copper sheets and MPX is working on power. So
Yeah. Okay, so I need rotors. Where the fuck are the rotors? Oh, hey, frames. Need you. Gimme. Actually. Gimme. Give me more. Give me fire. Give me more that I desire. Beats the time.
come on.
Hello, concrete, my old friend. Okay, I think that's enough. So, I need to make 12 foundries to meet the demand of this one miner, of these two miners.
I'm gonna kill myself again in the same stupid way.
Yeeted yourself out and then almost hit something.
Yeah, I didn't slow myself down on my descent enough.
Oh my god, Eddie.
Exact same way from last time, by the way. Exact same way. I didn't learn any lessons.
We need to put a post-it note on your jet button to say press it before you die.
Press button to not die. Okay. Okay, foundry. Why did it not keep my configuration set? Copy to foundry. This is gonna make so much copper.
Make all the copper. Then we can make all the sheets and have so many sheets. All the sheets.
I feel like we'd probably want to move on to Caterium, but okay.
For what?
Just so we could deal with making, various things like the high-speed connector, because it requires Caterium.
Okay.
Quite a bit.
I just found 2 Caterium nodes that we can use up north. I marked it on the map. It'll be the perfect place to create wire and quick wire, both, because there's a recipe for making a lot of wire with Caterium ore.
5 copper to 1 copper ingot, or Caterium ingot.
And then just north of those nodes is where you can get all the copper ingots you need using the same recipe you're using right now. If you want to move out into that at some point. Otherwise, that was on my to-do list as well.
Okay.
hard drive around here somewhere. 3 more. Okay, I'm gonna dive into the red forest and see if I can find a hard drive. 3 of them. Apparently they exist.
Of
Oh
course they
shoot!
exist.
What's me? Something scared the crap out of me. I didn't see what hit me though. Oh, this is gonna be dangerous, but of course. Shame on me for not collecting turbo rifle ammo while I was at the base, but oh well, too late. Already got that. You know, again, you know what would have been helpful? If you could let me a map where I already found hard drives. So that would have been too helpful.
Oh, Jesus.
These things are pretty well hidden.
Well, you have to remember, sometimes they're underground. Well, usually they're not. Hard drives aren't usually.
Should still pick up on the radar at some point, even if they're underground.
Well,
Dang.
yeah, but the radar actually does have a certain amount of distance. That's, part and parcel of it. So it will detect things higher than you and below you, but will still sort of, attune based off of, how much actual distance there is.
I need more sheets.
Copper sheets?
No, alu pad.
Oh, because it would have the small irony that you need more copper sheets. Oh shit! Ah. I remember those two. Those two are difficult. Unfortunately, I can't rely on my memory from my solo game to where all these are at. There's just so many of them, so scattered, and I don't remember what we haven't grabbed.
Eh.
I feel like I would expect the radar to hit something at some point. Come on, radar!
Radar. Hit radar.
At some point, I'm just gonna get too frustrated and just pull out a freaking map.
I mean, you could do that, but then you would have the confusion of, oh, let's go after every hard drive and have to mark down each and every one you've already taken.
Yeah, but at least I can narrow it down using the radars. $8:40. By 9:30, if I haven't completed my mission, I'm pulling out a freaking map.
Okay. What time is it now?
8:40.
Okay.
Really hope this works.
There we go. About time. Hello, floating ball. Why do you always survive? No. Well, this one. Not the overall one. Secondary objective complete. Okay. What do we got here? It needs power, of course. And I have the industrial beams. Where's my nearest power? Who do you think you are shooting at me?
Alright. Looks like things are feeding properly.
I even out of healing? Shit, I am out of healing. I gotta not be crazy. Okay, I guess that's the reasons to go back to base. So I'm gonna have to go back to base.
we go. Alright, copper node is now being in full effect.
Yay!
So now we're producing, based off of this,
All the ingots.
producing a fuck ton of ingots, at least.
It's only 12.
12, but each one is making about 100 per minute. That's 1,200.
Oh. Oh, you decided to do the foundry method?
No, I'm using... Yeah, I decided to move to the
Okay.
foundry method because it's cheaper. Because, like, if I maxed out the Mark III miners, the one impure mode and the one normal mode even each other out. So... So now...
Now you should be able to make sheets with water and ingots, right? I think that's the
Well,
best method.
Yeah, there is the refinery method with sheets.
Shit, I'm out of wire. God damn it. Speaking of wire.
Really, this is gonna be fun because, like, since each of them is making about 100, I have to create, multiple lines.
It's only 2.
Well, if the thing only, if each one's making 100, and these lines hold 780. Okay, yeah, 2 lines.
The way I did it in mine is I made 3 levels of foundries and had them produce ingots in each level. And then from each of those levels I was producing whatever I
Did
needed.
we only have that one hard drive from a while ago?
There should be one cooking right now and I have another one in my pocket.
Okay.
Unless it's
Well,
done and I just missed the notification.
That's why I'm wondering. It's like,
I feel like it's been a minute, right?
okay. Well,
I don't-
We'll check in like 10 if it hasn't popped up then.
Here, no, I'm gonna check now. Except I don't have enough wire, so crap. Okay, never mind. Do I have a MAM just lying around here somewhere? I'm going back to base anyway, so I'll check when I get back to base. I gotta get wire, I gotta get fuel, I gotta get ammo. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I rewire. It was the 3rd time we've dropped that lyric.
Hmm.
Now sing the rest of the song.
Launch ChatGPT to make me a parody song using that.
I don't know if that actually would be used. GPT would be smart enough to do that.
Oh, I would like to try it to see if it is. I'm tempted to stop what I'm doing and try to produce that prompt, but duty calls.
This just requires a maximum of 6.
Where's the fuel? It's refuel.
There we go.
Concerning turbo fuel is coming in.
All right.
It is strange. I don't have turbo fuel coming in. I might need to take a detour and go look at that. First, ma'am, what's going on? It wasn't scanning anything. Did I forget? I think I just forgot to put one in.
Maybe. Okay, let's... Okay.
Well, on the plus side, there's 3 hard drives in this area, so now that I'm here, I'll figure out what's going on with my turbo fuel production, and then look for the 3 hard drives in the area. Everybody wins. What's going on? Things are stuck. Why are they stuck? This is supposed to be going to battery factory. Something's going on with the battery factory. Okay, time to go all the way over there.
Beep 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 beep.
Battery factory. What's going on? Oh, are you two getting prepared for Thursday's podcast?
What was the topic we were going to be doing?
Left on anime. This is where
Oh.
we present each other anime that we may or may not have seen.
Are we starting with a new session because one of us is not going to be present?
What do you mean new session? It is a new session.
Well, no, I mean like we never finished the last one off.
Yeah, we did. Didn't I watched all my homework?
Really? I thought we were waiting on you, actually, Eddie.
No, I mean we were for a while, but then we just never came back to the subject, mostly because we were missing them before.
Yeah.
But at this point, I figured, we can go back to it and just
Start
Put it
new
back in.
and then come back to it later.
so you gotta turn up an anime you think we haven't watched yet that we should absolutely. Okay, what's backed up? Okay, drone, what are you doing? Insufficient batteries? What the hell? You're in the battery factory. How do you have insufficient batteries? The problem is that I don't have enough aluminum sheets. Sheets. Oh, I remember where the aluminum sheets are coming from. How many aluminum sheets do I need? I need
Quite a lot.
I think I shut down that airport a little while ago, so I gotta reopen it. That's my problem.
Okay. Well, we've got all this copper. Just trying to figure out what we should do with it now. Because, like, I don't really see us just pouring it all into sheets.
We absolutely should pour it all into sheets.
Why just sheets?
Because we then can use the sheets in other production once we need it, and we're going to need it.
I feel like a good chunk of it should actually be dumped into, like, stringing a thing of quick-wire over. Just to fill out, to supplement the quick-wire that we're kind of, like, overdoing on that end.
And we can go start a whole other production facility for Quickwire using catering.
Well, we have a Caterium node over here that's pure. We're just I believe we're actually underutilizing it.
My opinion is that these should be specialized. If you want to create other copper products, you should go build a separate facility specializing in that copper product. That's my view.
The reason why I'm drilling this is because of the fact that, like, I can siphon off some of the copper ingots that we're making, and then supplement some of our, and then add in a Caterium thing to make some Caterium wire, which that seems to be a good chunk of the holdup that we're encountering. Is that a lot of things are kind of waiting on Caterium to make, wait, why do we have a thing that's taking Caterium wire to make cable? That feels odd to me. But, like, if we can make it, set it up to make Caterium wire to fill up both the AI limiter and the high-speed connector. Which that seems to be the problem, is that it needs a lot of high speed. It needs Caterium wire.
If your copper sheet facility isn't using all of the copper ingot, then sure, siphon the extra copper ingot into another thing. But for me, you should absolutely maximize the copper sheet production and then work on leftovers, or do something with the leftovers.
I'm thinking about not leftovers. I'm thinking about like evenly distributing it, Eddie. Because I'm looking at some of the deficits, and
Yeah.
I'm not seeing a deficit per se in copper sheeting. I'm seeing a deficit in Caterium wire.
Yeah, but we're gonna need it in the future. We all should consider the
results.
future use.
Okay, what uses a lot of copper sheets?
Circuit boards,
Piping.
which we do need for computers.
Don't we have like 3 different recipes that don't use copper sheeting for circuit boards?
We only have like 2 at
Oh,
best.
speaking of which, here's Caterium wire, but that's not the best recipe for wire anyway.
Okay.
At least I don't think it is.
Caterium wire,
Yes, it is.
electric motor, iron alloy ingot.
The wire
What
thing
the-
is the wire is our best one.
I'm not even seeing it in the thing.
Oh no, I think I accidentally exited out and reset it. God damn it.
Oh,
The
well.
wire was
let
the
me
best
see.
recipe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shit.
you reset it.
God damn it.
Because, like, I was going to go take a look and just make sure, and it's like, okay.
The wire was
But-
the best thing.
I don't doubt you, Eddie. I'm pretty sure the Caterium wire would have been the best recipe out of that batch that we got from the hard drive. Not necessarily the best recipe for Caterium wire.
No, normal wire.
Oh,
It was a recipe for normal wire.
normal wire that just uses Caterium ingots instead?
Yep.
Eh,
It produced 120 wires per minute.
actually, that's not half bad, really.
That's the best recipe. After you're making the copper facility, I gave you my opinion. If you disagree, you're the cook in the kitchen right now. I will, in spite of what you do, I will go make my own wire factory, copper sheet factory later. But
Well, I'm looking at it from a perspective of, like, there's not a lot of water to try and do copper sheet refineries where this thing is set up. So we'd have to import... Okay.
the jo- I'm going to have to manually feed the battery factory. It's- The drone that takes the aluminum is out of battery, and it gets its batteries from the battery factory. So, circuit is dead. So I'm gonna have to manually feed aluminum sheets to restart the cycle.
Oh boy. That's not good. Okay.
It's unfortunate.
Okay. Do some modifications to this.
Interesting.
What did you discover?
Uh, Nothing really all that important. It's just that you know how there's usually a bounding box around various buildings stating like, oh, you can't build anymore around it, and such.
Yep.
Or it's like, caution, it is encroaching on their, geometry, but it's
Yeah,
not
the-
going to prevent you from, building there.
The yellow version.
Yeah. Well, it's just that the tiny little antenna on top of the reclamation building, the grinder,
Mm-hmm.
doesn't actually count.
Oh, so
Nice.
it kind of sticks out.
Yes. But it's like, no, it's completely blue if you build through it.
Totally fine. No problems here.
Just a minor aesthetic glitch. Anyway, I need more things.
Pylons. Oh.
The only question is whether it will actually count as that when I'm building around it. Because there's still a certain amount of bugginess when it comes to that.
Those damn bugs. Gotta get rid of a lot of these animal meat. Go away, animal meat. We don't want it.
Eddie, we have something that can process it into fuel. You're the one that's been dropping the meat everywhere, haven't you?
Sometimes.
You could always just process it so it's at least the same thing. I mean, where do you think your healing stuff comes from?
Oh, I do need to make more healing stuff. I almost forgot about that.
Yeah, and you can use that to make healing.
I was out of healing items. Forgot that I was.
That's makes a little bit.
Inhaler, inhaler.
So that's 20. Need to get to 30. And I'm out of iron plates because I'm having to make super large platforms for my oil fields.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me iron plates, that which I desire. Oh, you know what? Now that I'm in this tube for a little while, I just remembered a sound effect that I wanted to add. Where is that website?
Okay.
You open it. I already messed up.
Okay. Opening MAM. If I see the... no, it's not here. Steel canister, steel coated plate, and steel screw. If... none of these are really particularly good. So I'll take steel canister because at least that means that we can produce some canisters that aren't tied to plastic, but whatever.
Right, right.
Okay, done.
Okay.
Let me load up another one here. Okay, now we're down to the last one, so I gotta finish my homework. Start hard drive hunting again.
So what do we got?
Settings, sound bar.
Oh, wait. What recipe did we choose when it finished?
Steel canisters,
Oh,
aka
okay.
making iron ingots into
Into
canisters.
liquid containers. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Which that would have been a nice recipe to have a while ago.
Well, it's useful in the sense that you can at least apply it to certain places that don't have an easy access to plastic, but easier access to steel, I guess.
Hmm.
I mean, considering some recipes do consume the container along with the liquid, sometimes it's a good idea to see it as, you know, what we have excess of.
need more steel sheets. Otherwise, I can't complete my. Also, I really wish they got a new level of belt because Mark III miner on a pure node is
Yeah, you can only throw one overload on it before you.
no, you can do two.
No, but that goes above 700.
You can
Well,
sit at 2780 for
I, su-
output.
yeah,
I suppose it just seems like
a bit of a waste at that point.
yeah.
Yeah, but
Okay, that's good. That works. That won't blow anybody's ears off.
supposedly.
We'll find out. That's what I want.
Okay, that's an okay one to have.
Old meme.
Oh, it still checks out.
Still checks out.
There we go.
Good. I think I restored the Snyderverse.
The Snyderverse?
Yeah. Remember when a chunk of the internet was like, "We want the Snyderverse to be back. We want all the Snyder Cut movies. Please give us a 4-hour long Justice League movie."
I don't think they were asking for the 4-hour long cut, but they were asking for the Snyder cut, which turned out to be 4 hours.
Okay. I think I have fixed the ability to. I think I'll fix the choke on the supply chain. I can go back to hunting down hard drives.
Description.
Okay, let's just look for a hard drive. I think I fixed it. My only concern now is I don't think turbo fuel's going where it's supposed to be. Three hard drives in this area.
Okay.
You know, I think another thing that worries me about the hard drives is that I have found a couple that for some reason don't show up on the radar. So that's really shitty.
Well, it might be something that they set up in order to
Well, I mean scanner. I actually don't know about the radar, but for sure on the scanner that it's showing up. A handful, at least, that I come across in my solo game don't show up on the scanner.
Okay, checking. Fine concrete, sealed frame, compacted steel ingot.
Oh, here's an example. Oh, it is empty. Son of a bitch.
Okay, fine concrete is just adding silica to concrete to get more concrete.
I believe so.
Doesn't seem that useful because technically, wet concrete works better, I think.
Right, yeah, the wet concrete's the best recipe for concrete making.
Compacted steel ingot seems like only really useful if we happen to have a large amount of excess sulfur and coal to make compacted coal. And steel frame is sort of a throwback recipe because it takes reinforced iron plates and steel pipes to make just regular modular frames, not heavy. So, sort of a wash.
Yeah, just pick any.
Okay, I'll just take the fine concrete
Okay.
just to get it out. So, it's free again.
I'm currently out of hard drives, so I'm gonna have to search for. So I'm currently searching for more hard drives.
Okay.
Should be not a chicken and explore the most dangerous part.
Chicken?
The underground. photo at JPEGs.
There we go. Okay, new hard drive. Discovered. New hard drive loaded. That just leaves 2 more in this area. Okay, gotta lock on another one. Fire infested, but that's just how it is. It needs energy. Good thing it's close by. Why is there an animal in the base? That's against the rules.
Because of the update.
Yeah.
A lot of things.
Enemies will respawn in bases now.
I was thinking it was more like
No, Eddie's fighting a spitter.
because of the update ended up respawning everything.
Ah.
Will you freaking connect?
Another hard drive has been gotten. Leaves just one more in this area. Probably to the east. Yes. The west.
Okay.
Six remain. Correct.
Yes, we could have been playing Pal World.
Yeah.
Alright, 17. This should finish up the line. It's 15 per minute. Wait a minute, I made mistakes. Alright. Too many.
Oh, that scared me. Came out of nowhere. Was he camouflaged or I just was blind?
Blind, probably.
Shut up, David.
I don't know. There is such a thing as natural camouflage. And again, spontaneous. The worst kind of camouflage. Bullshit.
The like.
Of course you couldn't see it. It literally was invisible.
It literally didn't exist there until 5 seconds ago.
Well, it did exist.
Basically.
Horribly.
Corporally. Okay.
Stop spitting fire. Go away.
Need more copper sheets.
Stop spitting fuel. Stop spitting fire. You aren't spitting what I
Stop
desire.
spitting what you don't desire.
Stop spitting what I don't desire. There we go. Okay.
Like these rhymes.
What
Oh
happened
god.
to
I need more copper sheets.
what? What was that? You need what?
Copper sheets. Not because I'm building stuff with them, but because I'm building stuff with them.
Oh, well, that's totally different. That's okay.
Well, there's a difference between laying down pipe and, needing 30 copper sheets per minute. Per second, actually. But whatever.
There we go.
Also, have you started using a map yet?
No, but I will soon.
Why is it only 9:27?
No, it's just that I was actually having a little bit of luck, but that time's
That
over.
luck has run out.
Okay, steel rod, coated iron plate again, and charcoal. So I'll just take the steel rod.
Yeah.
There.
I have
Seems like
a
we're getting close to finishing off all possible permutations, which is strange.
Well, that's weird because, like, I'm pretty sure there's at least one recipe for the high-speed limiter. At least one recipe for the high-speed.
At least one alternative recipe, yes.
Yeah.
for the AI limiter or the high-speed connector.
Both,
Both.
technically.
Okay, I don't remember
Yeah,
there
but there is
being.
no such thing as an AI connector or a high-speed limiter.
High-speed limiter. Know what we call a high-speed limiter?
I actually don't think there is one for the limiter.
It's
there's
a
only-
resistor.
I think there's only one recipe for the limiter.
I feel like
Really?
you interrupted my clever joke that you would have laughed at.
I'm sorry. It's Asher's fault for saying things wrong.
What do you mean saying things wrong? I was gonna say a resistor.
Oh. I was saying like high-speed limiter, like talks, internet.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, that's a good
That's funny.
that's a good one.
MPX, you can go home early.
I always get to go home early.
Oh, you can come in late tomorrow.
Ah.
I think this wasn't obvious to anybody else, but I feel like I've seen it enough now that I haven't ever said anything about it out loud. But I guess the gas kills the monsters too.
Yeah, it's
Well-
there's a strange sense of, fairness with that. Except I think certain monsters are immune to gas and radiation.
The stingers are, I
They
think,
also
have a lot of
gaseous
immunity.
radiation.
'Cause I've never seen them die to the gas.
Hmm.
But boars and spitters I've seen die to the gas. Ooh, hard drive.
Okay, I'm almost done with this wing of oil power.
Two need power. Really?
They all need power. Okay, let's.
Wait, what? Okay, that was weird.
Why are you not connecting?
Lag. That's the best answer I can give you.
No, it's. That's. Do that.
Are you trying to connect power stuff?
No, it's belting.
Oh. Like you laid down the belt and it supposedly connected, but it didn't?
No, it was more of like, oh, you're not connected the right way, and it's like, I'm trying. Okay, I'm doing this. Sure.
No hard drive secured. Quick run back to base. I need some steel beams.
There we go.
Grind up my meat. Some steel beams. Okay, awesome. I cleared out all hard drives in that immediate area. So. Go back to the one I left behind earlier. All right, let's see what the ma'am has to say. Tier and wire, going forward immediately.
All right. Wait, not the modular frame?
No, it's not better than what we have already.
Oh, shit, I'm out of aluminum. Out of aluminum?
You should remedy that.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Without aluminum, how can we expect to get anything done?
Saying that I took 3 stacks, and I used all of them for this belting process. Christ. That scared me a little bit. It's like, what the
I'm sorry.
And it's like, wait, that's gotta be Eddie because, like, we've been silent for, like, too long.
Okay, power is up. See how big it is. Yeah.
Okay, we are no longer in the danger zone.
Good.
As you can see, we now have power to spare.
Yay! We'll find a way to use it up.
Well, this thing is only being half utilized at the moment, so
Okay.
Time to claim my. Another hard drive! That leaves in this immediate vicinity. Level 3.
Okay, let's see here.
Time to pop a hard drive.
Okay.
I'm gonna go rainbow on this Semi-Rambo. It was not as oh, there's a contender. You lose.
Okay. We finally had an alternate recipe for high-speed connectors.
There we go.
Take it.
Yes.
Yes. Silicon high-speed connector.
I win. It was a long, hard-fought battle, but I was victorious in the end. I'm in danger. We did grab that one. Ready to. I've been working on hard drive hunting all the live long stream. One that I wasn't even looking for. Going deep into horrible, horrific territory. Oh, yep. Fuck. Okay. We doing this? I don't think they're gonna give me a choice. Nope. Fuck, here we go. Get me. Ah!
Are you dead?
I will likely survive this, but I won't be happy about it.
Okay.
Oh. Oh well, you can yeet yourself, that's fine. Wow, it's just there's so little mobility in the air. Ah! Okay, I need to give myself more of an advantage here. They won't sneak up on me if I can see the ground. Where'd you go, motherfuckers? Oh, you got stuck on the wall. Fine by me. Leaving stingers in a barrel. I win. Somebody put that on our TikTok.
Why would we have a TikTok?
Because I made one 2 days ago. That's why.
Well, no, I don't want to be yeeted off the edge.
I don't want to be where the yeeted are. All right, ma'am, what you got for us? Automated miner, which, you know what? We do need to build that at some point. It'd be nice to have spare drills ready to go.
For all the level 3 miners.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the woman came back. Oh, and it's the nastier one. Oh, there's two of them. Okay, we're doing this.
There we go.
Wait. I can have someone advantage if I climb the tower.
Advantage tower. Little.
Said somewhat. I did say somewhat.
Little advantage.
It doesn't help that they, like, create smoke clouds.
Spark clouds.
Flip it!
What's being flipped?
I don't know. I'm just saying that so I remember myself to clip this part. An actual fight scene. Ah, there's a third! Damn it! I wasn't ready! Shit! Where did you come from? No, I'm okay. I'm still okay. It's just that I didn't expect. I thought I killed that one already.
Yeah,
There's so many of them.
The problem is that they're like cockroaches. They can't. Well,
Goddamn.
don't hunt in packs. That would be frightening.
Where'd you go now? Stop spawning in and out of existence. Freaking Kakashi. Okay, now I really don't know where it is. Where the fuck did it go? It clipped into something. Which only is going to scare the shit out of me when it unclips itself. So that's, I don't like this. This is only painful. This is only going to be painful for me.
No.
No.
Okay.
I figured I was gonna. Ah, well, I killed it in midair though, so fuck you. Okay, I secured another hard drive, as difficult as it was to do so. Ooh, I know what I'll do. We're not gonna let this happen again. I'm gonna build a box that I can hide in. One tiny door, so they can't get in, but I can get in.
Actually, what's this structure? It's garbage.
Okay, next time in the area, I'll be safe. On to the next target.
Let's figure this out. Oh, you decided to purchase most of the cosmetic stuff?
Oh, for the walls and stuff? Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
wondering about that last time, it's like, huh.
Oh, I already got this one. Risked my life for nothing. More in this area. Oh yeah, almost certainly we already got this one. We did. Let's try these two. First the ma'am. And okay, coated iron plate. Oh, that's a good one because that can help us make a bunch of iron plates. So I like this one.
Well, at least allows you to utilize the plastic. Because I am producing more plastic now.
Yeah, then with some iron ignits, you can create a lot of iron plates.
Okay.
That's a recipe I started to employ in my solo plate. You know, full huge ass factory.
A lot more useful than you would initially think it was.
Really, the only downside is that I need from my pure iron node. By the time I'm done making the purest iron ingot, it takes 28 assemblers to fully utilize the flow. It takes a lot of space to fully utilize.
Well, yeah, because of a lot of stuff. Because I'm currently... Okay, I am working on making computers now. It'll be a while, though. Because I'm going to be making essentially most of the process here. With a lot of things being excess just simply to take advantage of, resources.
Mm-hmm. Even with the maps help, there's still two more I'm missing.
God damn it.
I have completed the quick wire assembly.
Nice.
So... Yeah. No, it's not quite working right.
What's a miss?
Alright. No, it's just the factor that it's like... Might as well make it a bit uniform. 7...
Working on the aesthetics.
No, not the aesthetics. Like, actual... Getting the thing properly connected up. Okay.
I came in like a wrecking ball.
It's done too.
Okay. There we go. Now it's working.
What?
And 5 minutes warning.
I want to
There's
do
no
a
warning.
little bit more.
There's only Zool.
Zool does not pay for overtime.
This one too.
Okay. So, this... I'm gonna try and at least finish up the,
That poor thing.
Did it fall off?
Yeah, it was coming right behind me, and I jumped off just at the right time, and I was gone.
Oh, and then it fell in a very strange curly Q pattern. 'Cause I think I know
It
what
practically did the. Oh, you know what? That's another sound effect I need. Wait. Before I say anything, I'm going to get this sound effect.
a sound effect of silliness.
Oh, perfect. Oh, this is a good one. Oh.
Oh, come on. I'm gonna redo all of this.
There we go. Okay, now this is the sound the boar made in my head. I am pleased with myself. Makes sense. That was the outer edge anyway. So it doesn't matter.
I have completed my project. I am now feeding it into the system.
What's going on? Why is plastic production stuff? Globular residue is back. Coated iron canister, pure aluminum ingot, and steel frames.
We are making a metric ton of quickwire now that is now easily being supplied to our selections of both AI and high-speed connector. Easily now.
Yeah.
So,
What'd you choose?
The aluminum ingots.
Okay.
cool.
Although honestly, we should never be resort to using that. We should be.
Well, there is sometimes the advantage of, you know, it takes less of a footprint.
But yeah, now there's a solid stock of quickwire heading into your high-speed connector, Eddie.
Sweet.
So it is now not waiting on anything. It is basically just doing its job consistently. But that does leave a lot of copper to be for other things, which the production is there.
I need to dispose of.
But I'm going to log out for tonight.
Breaking news from Earth.
I have completed the project
World President urges all citizens
to
do their part and harvest
at least
alien
a
artifacts.
to a satisfactory degree.
Not satisfactory to read. Come on, say it. Say it.
Satisfactory.
I
No.
can't get no satisfaction.
Satisfaction.
But we are now at least supplying a consistent degree amount of quickwire to the section. So, that should free up a few things. Anyway, I'm gonna call it a night. I will
Oh.
see you to. I will talk to you Thursday.
We will play again soon. So have a good one.
All right. Nah.
Thank you. We'll just take here into overtime.
so 400. So, what are you working on at the moment?
Full hard drive hunting, but I had to take care of some stoppage at my battery factory. The the coke production was stalled, which was just throwing off the whole system. I got it going. Speaking of which, hard drive is done, and I haven't found a new hard drive. This is upsetting. Steel coated. Oh, here's a good one. The steel screw. That's a good one. But we can make screws out of steel, and we can make a shit ton of them. I don't suppose you object to that one.
No. I don't know. The thing is, it always seems like a throwback. Like you're going up a rank just to go back down. So, like, are you actually getting a more efficient amount of screws?
Well, yeah, it's 260 per minute for one steel ingot.
Okay, let me just.
Or steel beam, I'm sorry. It's steel beam, right? Yeah, steel beam gets you. Definitely one steel beam gets you 56, but that's 260 a minute. Since I flew 2 in the area. I was in the private. Oh, I just remembered I didn't try that. Already got that. Mark it off the map for sure.
Guess it is technically better.
I'm gonna need that when I make my heavy modular
Yeah.
frame factory. That one's marked, so that one should be good to go to. There's one here. Smack in the middle. That was but I'm unloading on this thing, and it needs to go down. There we go. Yeah, they glitch these things so hard that they're still moving. Can't tell if they're alive or dead. Oh, well, this one needs superposition oscillator. Yeah, I don't got that shit. I don't even know if we've. What the hell's a super. Whatever that is, I don't have it. Let's go for the other one. This one needs a quantum computer. God damn it. I think we already used up our one quantum computer.
We technically have multiple.
We do?
Yes.
Oh.
I
Well,
don't
then-
know where they are, though. That was Asher's purview.
Well, maybe he hasn't one of the boxes back at base. If they exist anywhere, I don't know why he would have it on his person, so. That we only had the one, but if we had a multiple, that works for me.
Well,
Go back to
technically,
base
when
and
we
check the
got
boxes.
Well, they come from the Fixmas presence, so that's why they're heavily limited. Like, we were lucky that technically we were playing around this time.
Yeah, I remember we got one of them from there, and I did use it on one of the hard drive locations. But I was under the impression that was the only one. Maybe I just don't remember how many there was to begin with. I'll go back to base and try my luck.
And on the pipe. Let's just check. Okay, that's not going to cause problems. sorry, there's not much to talk about.
I'll give myself a sound effect for getting to the tunnel at maximum speed. Proud. Oh, okay. I was like, what did I come back here again? Oh, that's right. Can I find a quantum? If anywhere, he's gonna have it on display. Check the display first. Here we go. One quantum computer. Good thinking, MPX. You're a scholar and a gentleman.
Well,
So many corpses. I've been killing things a lot this stream for a game that's not about combat.
It happens.
I am become death. I missed.
Right now I'm in that ennui of I just managed to build something, but now I realize I have to build like 5 times as much again.
Yeah, the way this game scales on this phase is
Sort of insane. And the big problem is you have to take advantage of like the blueprints. But unfortunately, the blueprint machine isn't big enough for refineries. So you can't just make, a 2x2 that's already, belted and connected and everything.
that's the next thing I need to learn how to use because I don't use the blueprint. For me, I haven't found anything useful at the blueprint.
The most useful things you can do with it is to make either a blueprint for assemblers and constructors, and or smelters, and maybe foundries. Because you end up making so many of those
that making, say, a simple blueprint that's already pre-belted and everything and powered, I usually don't put the out belts on it, just because usually it is rather dependent on what I'm trying to do with it. Like whether I'm going to be moving it towards like one end or the other. So I tend to leave that unbelted. But the input is properly constructed, split, belted, all that. Admittedly, it's a lot easier once you finally get into the final phase and you're no longer having to deal with various degrees of other belts other than the best one. So you don't have to make mistakes like having to redo a blueprint again, though I guess if you were trying to speedrun the game, you would actually use a fair amount of blueprints of the various stages of the game.
Right.
Though I don't know how many people actually speedrun Satisfactory.
To
The
mention
thing is
somebody
right
does.
now is that I'm just looking at my productions and stuff and trying to figure out exactly how, because I haven't even turned on some of it. Not to mention we still need more power. I would feel better if that orange line was a bit lower.
When do we cave and take on nuclear energy?
Well, half the problem is trying to get enough of this stuff that's consistent. Like the very fact that we're still struggling to get like enough computers to satisfy everything, enough, this to satisfy everything. It's like we're clearly, behind in that regards. Like we should have by now a consistent, method of production for heavy modular frames, computers, things like that. So we're no longer having to be struggling to find that to build even just simply extra power when needed or stuff. It's like already there for the taking. Half the problem is that I've realized that my magnetic rods production isn't consistent. So it's not like something I can reliably say, oh, it's definitely going to be giving out, 32 electromagnetic rods a second. Because if it starts being very variable, like it ends up, going down to like 20, that could cause, problems in terms of the nuclear generation. Mainly in the idea of if I can't create the materials necessary to recycle the nuclear waste, it can build up and, cause a nuclear meltdown, essentially, if they can't exit it fast enough. So, yeah, I haven't had that happen in my single player. But I'm guessing you really haven't gotten that far enough to experiment with nuclear power?
No, I have 2 nuclear plants and 5 plutonium plants already.
Okay. I don't know. I'm just trying to build to scale. Like I don't want to like do like half measures of just building a nuclear plant.
And then just trying to satisfy it. I'm like looking at the uranium deposit and trying to build something close to maximizing the potential out of it, but still, I initially was trying to just simply build enough. I think the other problem is just trying to guarantee all the resources available for it. Like,
It's very doable. I was able to do it.
yeah, I know.
And I'm still, I'm still rebuilding a lot of the basic supplies. A lot of stuff I suggested this stream is stuff that I'm starting to do in my own game now. I've got I've got a copper wire. I got quick wire, super production already up and running. I have heavy modular frame super production already running. Um, almost have a computer super production running. I need to. I have like I'm like 3/4 of the way there with one of those,
Mhm.
and I just finished an iron plate super production facility. And now I'm working on all the oil-based materials and making them into super production facilities using the northernmost nodes. Basically, the reason I had to build so much is because I maxed out both nuclear plants and then immediately started processing their waste into stuff that to plutonium that can be used by the other 5 plutonium plants.
Well, yeah, but if you're using the plutonium in power, you are creating like permanent waste. So,
Right, and then I'm just shuffling that off into some random corner of my map right now.
and hoping you don't have to go there often. I mean, we're already at 19 more coupons already.
Okay, finally got that hard drive. Done with this area. Can't do anything else here. Once this hard drive's done cooking, I think I'm gonna call it.
Okay.
I really was hoping I was gonna get enough hard drives to finish the list, but I guess we still have plenty of recipes to go. Make more and more of an effort next time. The recipes that give me the biggest headache that seem so circular, so I don't know what I don't know how to tell how to gauge if they're really efficient are some of the plastic and rubber recipes.
Well, I think you have to gauge it from how many things is it fulfilling. Or are you talking like putting plastic in like for the steel stuff and such?
No, I mean like let me see. I wonder if we have any of them. Let's see, it's plastic. Like here you see if you look at plastic, the one with the best production rate is 60 per minute, but it requires to have rubber and fuel to do it. You have to produce rubber and fuel to then make your plastic. I'm like, is that any good? You're already doing the effort to produce the rubber and plastic. I mean, rubber and fuel just to go ahead and turn it into plastic.
I think the question of like where you are, because if you finally shift over to nuclear, you can make a ton of fuel, but then it becomes a question of like,
Wait, how do you make fuel with nuclear?
no. What I mean is like when you finally switch over to nuclear, your fuel that's going to your oil burners doesn't need to go there anymore because they're not as, the most productive energy source. So you can shift it off. It's sort of like how coal no longer need to do coal power plants,
Right.
thanks to oil.
But in that case, wouldn't you just tear them down and just turn them into
And just
plastic?
shift them.
Turn them into plastic? I don't.
Not necessarily. When you consider the fact that there are a ton of recipes to make the fuel more efficient. So in some ways you can perhaps take the excess, like some of the fuel and then the rubber or plastic, depending on which one it is, putting it back into each other. So admittedly, I don't know how efficient it would be. I guess the one other thing is that fuel thankfully does not happen to have, no,
Does. The more efficient recipes do require a bit more consideration. It's not a direct, pipeline, so you don't have to worry about secondary
Mhm.
access. But yeah, recycled plastic requires 30 rubber, 30 fuel. Wait. Didn't you theoretically make an infinite amount of either now?
How so?
Okay. You take the plastic, you turn it into rubber thanks to the fuel. Then you take half of the rubber and turn it back into plastic, which doubles it again.
Wait, is that how that works?
I think so. Like,
Okay, so plastic takes crude oil.
no, I'm saying like
They're both their recycled forms. Recycled plastic and recycled rubber both take 30 of the opposite material and fuel.
Mhm.
So essentially, if you put 30 of either production into the other, you're like already getting 30 out of it of both with the cost of 60 you essentially get a net positive of 30 of both with only the cost of 60 fuel, essentially. Let's see.
I'm gonna stop this beeping before I think about this more. Because yeah, I'm not seeing the
I
efficiency.
mean, well, what I'm saying is that okay,
It
if you
depends on
put
the
both
fuel
of these
too.
side by side of each other, feeding two of these machines from the excess of the other, you essentially get a net positive of 30 of both at the cost of 60 fuel. So like, let's say, with my current fuel setup,
If I just go directly into the cost of, say, a production of a current thing, okay, 13.33 per repeating, so let's just round down to 13 of these. Times, so 13 times 30. $390. Like, I think we could get like a ridiculous amount of either material with this.
I mean, that would be the goal, but I guess I need to map it out. Just not seeing how.
Okay, it's relatively simple. I mean, okay, let's just handle this first.
The recursion of it hurts my head.
It's not that hard. Okay, electrode aluminum scrapped, electric motor, stitched iron plate.
Them again?
Electrode aluminum scrap, essentially using, I believe, yeah, petroleum coke and aluminum solution to make aluminum scrap. Stitched iron plate is iron plates and copper wire to make reinforced iron plates. An electric motor is using an electromagnetic control rod and two rotors to make motors.
I guess technically electric motor is the most efficient one of these.
How many more hard drives do you happen to have on hand?
Like one
Okay.
after this.
Mind if I pick stitched iron plate then?
Sure.
Okay. But no,
the reason why I'm saying the recursion works is because, okay, each of the recycled forms of what's being produced is essentially taking a 1-to-2 ratio. So it's taking 30 rubber in to produce 60 plastic. And same for the other recipe. It takes 30 plastic to make 60 rubber. So essentially, if you take half of the production to feed it into the other machine, you're able to satisfy that, and the only cost is fuel. Like, I don't think it's that complicated, but
I'm not. I need to do the paperwork on it. I'm not following.
okay, well, let me just check to see if I can prove it with the satisfactory calculator. No, I want to save the current thing. says URL copy. Paste and go. Okay, yeah. Yes. Okay. Save the entire recipe tree here, so that's fine. But what I want to do, go here, find plastics or rubber. Plastic. Yeah, the satisfactory calculator checks me out.
So you would just create a loop of all these materials so so it maximizes your plastic and rubber.
Yeah, I
output.
literally can keep on going down the rabbit hole. And essentially the base components are, you know, like, I mean, it keeps on assuming that the plastic is coming from, like, the initial plastic is coming from that. But as soon as you get the production working in the production chain, it should function, like, forever.
I think that's going to be your homework assignment.
Okay.
You building this because you understand that more.
Okay.
I mean, if
All
Asher
right,
understands it, then I guess he can take on the project. But if you understand it, maybe it might be best if you take it on.
I mean, it pretty interesting.
I might have to do it in my solo game too to figure it out for myself. But as it is now, I'm like, it's still a
Look,
head
all you
scratcher.
would really need is a large amount of feed to start up the machines to guarantee that, say if you started with the rubber first, recycled rubber, you would need a large amount of starter plastic to feed into them so they can start producing. But I don't think you would need like too much, like depending upon the ratio. It just needs to last long enough so that the other side of the production chain can start feeding back into the previous one.
I mean, technically, the idea is that you're not really producing the maximum amount of plastic. Okay, say it says we make 60 plastic. You're not really getting 60 plastic out. You're getting only 300 because half of it is going back into your production is going back into feeding the rubber production to make it turn into plastic again, essentially. Like, I think this works. I think my math works.
I would need to see it built
See it in
up.
production.
Yeah,
see
I
it in
think
action.
I need to see it in action for it to really come together in my mind.
Mhm.
'Cause I can kind of see it, and I guess you're right. It would need a starter, like an ignition of either plastic or rubber, depending on which side you want to start it out with. But and then from
Not to
there,
mention, if it ends up getting like stalled or something, it might have difficulty restarting. So
the fuel the fuel recipe is super good. You know, just mix
well,
water
yeah,
and water and
like,
the heavy oil residue, and you got 100 fuel per minute. That's more than enough to.
well, the thing is that we got like multiple recipes for the fuel. Like the heavy oil, we use the specific heavy oil recipe that is like less polymer resin, more heavy oil residue. Then obviously we go to the blenders to blend in, to increase the amount of oil. So So, I mean, now I want to try this, but it probably take a fair bit amount of effort, not to mention. Then again, it would replace the current production of plastic and such. back there with something far more better, essentially. So I may actually want to attempt that. How long do we want to keep streaming? Like another half hour, or?
Do you want to try it right now?
Uh,
'Cause if you do, I think I can live with that.
I at least want to get the resources down there. Let's just
Okay.
say that.
All right,
Because
feel free. Because I'm interested in this now. I kind of want to see this, even though yeah, I'm fine. I'm hooked on
well, I
seeing
don't
this.
think I'll be able to produce it in full. Like I might be able to create at least a simulacrum. Like at least put up the 2 refineries necessary.
That'd be fun enough to see. I'll be willing to wait for that.
Okay. Let me just quantify what I need in total. I need at least a blender. Need so many refineries. Let's just make it 5 to make sure. Don't think I need anything else than that. Probably should finish off like a couple other things, but okay. I think I could do at least a, mock-up. Not necessarily efficient, but it should work.
Okay.
Just let me finish things up. Especially since I've been meaning to redo a lot of the oil stuff down there because a lot of it is rather inefficient. So if this thing works, we will have rubber and plastic for days. Months even.
Well, that'll be good because that'll take care of that necessity. At least to us. I mean, at least initially. I mean, there's no reason why
it
we
would
can't
mean that
rebuild
using
it.
a lot of these superfluous recipes that like use plastic or rubber for them would become amazingly useful and probably far more efficient.
I like it. I like the possibility here.
The big problem is that I probably have to delete a lot of stuff. Okay. Do have the space. Do have that. Do have that.
I mean, we do have the
missing anything. Am
we
I?
have oil areas
Okay.
elsewhere in the map if you want to use that instead.
No, because it'd probably just take as long to travel over there than as to that, because I don't have the shock jumpy thingy. Yes, I could probably make one. But most of the oil places are probably like at the north end in the Gold Coast. Well, there's the one near the center of the map.
Yeah, there's yeah. I've discovered a couple.
And then there's also like the couple places like, why hasn't anybody deleted that horrible excuse for a battle tower? Like I constructed that only because I needed someplace to hide from people attacking me.
It's a thimble.
Thankfully. I'm just doing a double check on my new power plant to make sure it's efficient, functioning, not, having issues.
Okay. We have aluminum scrap, iron alloy ingot, and steel coated plates.
Do you want me to just tell you once I've completed it to come on down?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just continue hard drive hunting in
It's
the meantime.
probably going to take at least 20 minutes, so.
Okay. I'll be hunting for hard drives in the meantime.
Did you already choose the thing?
Yeah, I went with the aluminum scrap. That seemed like
Okay.
a plausible one to use. None of the other ones were going to be an immediate concern for us.
Why did I do that? Because I do. Alright, what do I want you to do? A oh, that.
Missing cable. This place.
I need some water. Oh, perfect. Okay, so now I just need to have a refinery and B refinery.
I gotta make a bunch of screws.
matter if we're caring about prettiness. Hey, Hey, think I'm ready to do a test run to show this off.
Okay. Want to head that way.
Just need to make sure everything is correct.
Oh, something. I wonder if I can rocket jump.
I would not recommend it.
That'd be fun, though.
Needs plastic. Oh, right. Need
It worked
to
a
do
little.
that.
Not worth it.
Okay, it's not pretty, but it works.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Be there in a minute. They're just building a tower. Awesome. 7 new hard drives in the area. Alright, on my way. And you're at your western base, right? Where all your refineries are at?
Yeah. Okay, make sure it's the right one is turned on first.
You're welcome to pick anything from the ma'am while I'm traveling. Oh, anything but that. I'm just kidding.
It was that or charcoal.
I'm just kidding.
Or anyway, back.
Nearly there. Going through the red forest.
Did I not wire this correctly? Oh, right. I forgot about those. Ah, great.
Being chased by spiders. Oh, and I'm being tackled by spiders.
Ended up making the easiest mistake to have. I put the splitter way too close to the thing, so I could not connect it proper out.
Not enough wiggle room.
Yeah.
Coming down.
Oh, come on, stop doing this, you stupid game. Connected the damn thing.
I'm here.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm behind
wow.
you. So you're.
I
Okay,
think
oh, is this-
it's working.
Okay, let's see. Where's
It's just-
where's the start? Okay, here's the starting point.
Yeah, okay, it's not at all efficient, but the idea is you start off with the residue recipe. Apparently it's just going into the waste. Then we have the fuel. Now, as you can see, I already put in a fair amount of plastic. But if we go to the front, okay, admittedly I made a mess of it. But the most important thing you have to understand is that the splitters are splitting one half into here, and the other half into here.
So half is going to storage and half is going right back into the system.
Yes.
Producing 60 per minute, but only using 30 per minute of the opposite material.
Yeah.
So as long as we have a steady stream of fuel.
Fuel, it will consistently produce. Now, admittedly, this means that it's sort of like perfectly balanced. In other words, the feed amount will never decrease. In other words, this being 108 should always remain 108. Or, yeah, here in this storage thing. Because I don't think, technically speaking, it shouldn't exceed that. But essentially, in this system, we are producing both oil and plastic at 30 units a minute.
Which is better than 20.
Well, if we look at the various forms of like production for either of them, obviously the initial plastic of 20, initial rubber of 20, residual plastic, which is of 20, residual rubber 20. As stated, the recycle and recycled rubber are the strongest, but with this system we get 30 of both out of it. If we can make it truly balanced and like effective with enough of these things, with it being actually efficient, like currently it's not being very efficient because both of these are essentially taking 30 fuel, so 60 fuel. And technically, I can get off of one of these 400 fuel a second using this method, which goes into like 400 divided by 60 means about 6.6 units, or 6 or at least the multiplier which we're going after. Which means we can get 198 units of both of them a minute. Just off of essentially a half of a normal oil sprint.
So the only other question I would have about efficiency is that this system does it use more or less crude oil than just making 20 per minute?
I think it's more efficient. Like, yeah. Let's just check the crude oil. Okay. 30 crude oil into 20 plastic with 10 heavy oil residue. That's one advantage of this system, is that it's technically relatively efficient. Like, the only thing left over is the residual stuff, which we can then put into making more plastic or more rubber as needed.
It was 30 a minute to make 20. If you were to make 30 of plastic per minute from here, you would need 45 per minute crude oil. Here you need 50 oil residue. How are you making the oil residue for this one? Are you just siphoning it from somewhere else, or did you make something specific with it?
It's specifically the most productive heavy oil residue recipe, which is 40 per minute.
Here we go. Here's the heavy oil residue.
But yeah, it seems as long as you...
I guess it is technically using less crude oil. Yeah.
I mean, as long as we put in enough... Technically, it's not just simply one. We do need to sort of feed both of them, at least initially. But that's not too difficult. Like, logically speaking, you can always just turn off half of the system, turn off the other, turn on the other one after we've gotten, you know, enough to feed the other half, at a minimum.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see you blow this up into its final form.
Yeah, it probably would at least allow us to... You want me to, like, go crazy with it and try to maximize it out completely?
Oh yeah, I mean not tonight, but yeah, that should be one of your goals for Thursday.
Okay.
If you don't have something more important to do.
I don't know, I was sort of hoping to make more power, but then again, we still have, essentially, I still need to make the other half of the new power, as you can see, the big floating platform. That needs to double in size.
Oh damn.
And then there's this SAF, which is technically the most inefficient production right now. Because it's still running off of straight fuel. It's not using the blender system, so technically it's the most efficient oil field here at the moment.
Have you converted to using turbo fuel on the other part of it?
No, because I don't have the right resources. I've just been using the regular blended fuel recipe.
Okay.
Because getting the turbo fuel requires not only the sulfur but coal. And since I've been using the coal here to make the initial aluminum scrap stuff, which we've been using, I don't really want to repurpose it, so... Anyway, just wanted to show this off. So
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense now that I can see it. So yeah, I appreciate the lesson.
All right.
Oh, wait.
What?
You said you need coal for the turbo fuel?
Well, coal and sulfur. There is not a single good sulfur deposit within miles
No,
of
you,
this
you
place.
you can use coke instead of coal. Sulfur you have to fly it in. That'd be the only thing you'd have to actually fly in. But everything else you have here. You have the fuel, you have the heavy, and you have the coke. You would just need
The
to
problem with
import
the
the
coke is
sulfur.
that you have to produce it as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is one of the issues I have with turbo fuel, essentially. But
The beauty of turbo fuel is that that
then
4.5.
again, the problem with, well, the turbo fuel will probably help with the oil production, in specific, well, not the oil, but power production, because as you said, it was more efficient,
Mm-hmm.
theoretically. Because this takes 12 cubic meters of fuel a minute. Well, you said
4.5.
but I don't know how fast. Well, there's a fair amount of things to consider, but
Yeah, I mean you can look into it.
well, the big problem is trying to turn off one of these things while dealing with, you know, the issues therein. Like, I have no idea where that thing is.
Yeah, it's a super annoying.
Anyway, so that's it for tonight.
That's it for tonight. I think we accomplished a lot. We went in deep, but it was good. Well, we'll finish this off, or you know, whatever we can finish off on Thursday.
Yep.
We did good work. As always, it's a pleasure, MPX. We'll see each other on Thursday, and we'll be back Thursday. Bye, everybody.